Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, May 2nd, 2023. Zendaya, are we in compliance with freedom of information?
Yes, sir, we are.
Will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Ms. Bryson?
Here.
Mr. Ames?
Here.
Ms. Becker?
Here.
Mr. Alfred?
Here.
Mr. Stanford?
Here.
Mayor Perry?
Here.
Motion
If you
carries,
will
sir.
join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Continue standing as we have Pastor Lewis Johnson from Central Oak Grove Church come up and say the invocation.
Let us pray. God of grace, God of mercy, we come to you right now, realizing that you are our sovereign Lord, you are our sovereign leader. And God, we realize and understand that you are ordained and established leadership. And so right now, God, in this moment, we ask that you would usher your presence in this room, be with these leaders who have gathered to make decisions for the good of this community. God, as we held discussion on this afternoon, our fervent prayer, God, that is, if we must agree or disagree, God, that we do not become disagreeable. Allow the voice of reason to come into the room. Allow the voice of understanding to come into the room. We place every matter in your hand. We trust you to do as only you can do. Whisper peace to the hearts and the minds of these your people. Make us better because we invoked your presence first. Lead and guide as only you can as we follow you every step of the way. This is our fervent and our honest and humble prayer. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
And we also do read the civility pledge. Up on the screen. I pledge to build
Stronger and more positive community, advocating for civil engagement, respecting others, their viewpoints, finding solutions for a better world.
All right, thank you all. So today we have the regular town council meeting of May 2nd. Minutes for approval before us. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move.
Second.
I have a suggested
Okay.
correction, two minor things. Second, budget workshop was May 11th. And CDC.
Okay. Okay. Any other alterations, adjustments?
Mayor, I'm not sure the clerks heard that correction. Mr. Alfred, I don't think the clerks heard your remarks, your additions. The clerks did not hear the language
Please
you asked
repeat.
to be added. Please repeat.
Have a separate email.
He says you have a separate email. I feel like I'm on one of those games.
Just a little bright. Okay, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Report.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes. Mr. Orlando, what reports do you have for us today?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, council members of the community. For time's sake, I will jump over items of interest this evening or this afternoon and go straight to item 8B, Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust Fund. Mr. Tony Alfieri, the Town of Hilton Head Island Board Representative, for an update. Sir, welcome.
Good afternoon. There have been 5 meetings and a 3-hour retreat since the fund was created. Work to date has centered on board governance, the establishment of committees and their responsibilities, creating deal evaluation scoring forms, and limited marketing. The board is a working board, primarily staffed by municipal employees. The agent for the fund, Community Works, has guided and directed the board during the startup phase. They were instrumental in helping the Greenville Housing Trust. The week of April 5th, Community Works and the fund began a formal pipeline building process whereby an application and letter of intent was created to accept requests for funding. The process established an end date submission as of yesterday, May 15th. There are currently 6 transactions to review. 3 of those transactions are low-income housing tax credit deals that wanted support letters for the South Carolina housing process. The low-income housing tax credit deals, if funded, are at least 18 to 24 months out. In addition to the applications, the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust is in the process of executing 2 MOUs with the Beaufort Housing Authority, which is going through both a board and a leadership transition. The memorandum of understanding commits no funding, but states that the fund has the possibility of being involved in 2 property repositioning efforts, which includes Hilton Head Island Sandalwood Apartments. There currently exists approximately $1.7 million in funds to deploy after fund expenses, which are primarily the fee to Community Works and a reserve. Hilton Head's contribution, I believe, is $158,000. That is my update.
Any questions? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
One question, if I may. You mentioned the 2 Beaufort County Housing Authority projects, and one of them being here on Hilton Head Sandalwood.
Right.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what that effort looks like, or what that's about?
Certainly I can, Ms. Becker. We met with both the board chairman and another board member of the Beaufort Housing Authority. You might know they've gone through a leadership change, and right now they're looking for an executive director. The discussions around Sandalwood and another property up in Beaufort were basically, what can we do as either a housing trust or an advocate to somehow reposition the asset, or what type of guidance can we end up giving to the housing authority, along with an advisor that they're going to basically hire. What can we do to make it better? The process of making it better involves HUD, and there was limited connectivity between the housing authority and HUD relative to special programs for repositioning assets and/or special programs for, just redoing the entire deal. So it's, the concept we came up with was we'll stay together and talk about the transaction and understand what their consultant comes back with, understand with what their new leadership comes back with. And
So as that begins to show more detail and information, you'll be bringing, as it refers to back to Sandalwood explicitly, you'll be reporting back to town council and to our town manager and about what's happening with that property here?
Certainly I will. It's expected to be a 24-month process as well, relative to them getting up to speed with what they can do with it and exploring the different opportunities with, better connectivity with HUD.
I'd be interested in whatever details as they're starting to come forward.
Sure.
Thank
No,
you.
absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. All right, next, our Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce Leadership Class Project Update. Carrie Walker, our leadership class of 2023. Thank you for being here and everything that you're doing.
Thank you for having me. A little slideshow to go along with the presentation.
Slideshow expert.
Here we go. Perfect. Okay. Well, I'm Carrie Welker. I'm with the Surge Restaurant Group, but I was also fortunate enough to be part of the Chamber Leadership Class for 2023. Each of the leadership classes are asked to develop a project that will in some way benefit the community as a whole. As we were trying to decide what our project would be, we found a common interest in the environment. For many of us, it was the reason that we moved here. We loved looking at the beauty of everything that surrounded us, and we decided that would be our focus. So as we looked through and tried to find a way to make an impact, we came across several things. What we decided to do was to try to mitigate one of the threats to that environment. One of those threats is fishing line. Each year, more than 100,000 marine mammals die from ingesting debris or becoming entangled because of derelict fishing line. And that doesn't go to count for any of the crabs and fish and any non-marine mammals and shorebirds. Proper disposal of monofilament keeps it out of the water and off of the shoreline and reduces the threat to wildlife in our environment. The mission statement of the project was to provide monofilament recycling receptacles throughout Beaufort County to better protect wildlife and also to promote responsible environmental stewardship. The general concept of the project was to build and install recycling receptacles at boat ramps and fishing areas throughout Beaufort County, including some of those right here in Hilton Head. We would then develop and implement a plan that will cover management of the receptacles and making sure that whatever is collected is properly recycled. The locations that you can see here up on the screen, 30 in total, 27 of the sites are managed by Beaufort County, and then 3 that are managed by the town of Hilton Head. I'll show you some pictures of those in just a moment. Design, build, and installation. It's a fairly simple process. Simple construction of PVC pipe and fittings. Again, simple in design, but very impactful in purpose. So as a class, we raised the funds, got the products together, and built all of these receptacles that were then installed across the county. Recycling was one of the biggest parts of this project that we wanted to make sure it was handled correctly. We found Berkeley, which is a company out of Iowa. They have the Berkeley Conservation Institute, and since they were started in 1990, have recycled more than 9 million miles worth of fishing line. They have a wonderful recycling program where you call them or email them and request a pre-posted box. They send you the box, you put the fishing line in it, tape it up, and send it back to them. Among other things, they use the recycled line to construct artificial fish habitat. So it's a full circle process for them. They are a fishing tackle producer. So they produce it and then they take it back and then they make sure it's disposed of and used in the right way. A big part of this project for us as well was an educational component. Each receptacle across the county also has this sign there. There's some information about why fishing line is so harmful and how you can properly dispose of it. There's also a QR code, for lack of a better term, on the sign that leads you to the state website that's supported by the Department of Natural Resources and Palmetto Pride to tell you more about why monofilament recycling is so important and also to show you all of the receptacles across the state. Management of this project was something that we had to figure out how to hand off after our class was done with their part of it. We were very fortunate to find great partners in the town and in Beaufort County as far as managing these receptacles. The town and county will handle collection of the disposed fishing line, packaging and shipping to Berkeley Recycling, and also site management to make sure that the receptacles are kept in good shape. We had some wonderful project support from some of our community partners or local businesses, including Huser Ace Hardware, Palmetto Electric Cooperative, Carolina Rides, the Sea Pines Resort, and the Boathouse. Found very like-minded individuals in each one of those locations that understood the importance of the project and were really willing to help us out with it. The project is fully completed, at least on our side of it. We had the ribbon cutting for the project on May 9th. We have some class members in the picture here. This was down at Cross Island Boat Landing. As I mentioned, we do have 3 locations in Hilton Head, and they're pictured up here on the screen for you. Fish Hall Beach Park, the Rowing and Sailing Center, and Jarvis Creek Park. Our class is very proud to have this project as part of the local community here. We're proud to have the program in place to educate and encourage both residents and visitors to take care of our low country home. And we thank the town of Hilton Head for being involved. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to the best class of 2023. That's a little joke for those of y'all who don't know. What a great program and a great way to take care of our environment and be a stewardship to all the marine life around.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for what the project is and what it'll continue to help us protect our island and our community countywide. I'm very impressed, and I also wanted to thank the supporters for helping you guys get this project done. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add my thank you to your class and to the community support as well. It's part of our plan. I've called it, following in my colleague here, Mr. Ames' footsteps. We have Environment Light. This is going to help us to move towards Environment Strong. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, up next, Gullah Geechie Task Force Biannual Update. Our chairman, Mr. Stevens, our chairman of the Gullah Geechie Task Force. Oh, there you are. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the Town Council, and our Town Manager. You do have the report in your packet, and I'm happy to say that we are making some progress. We're very excited about the addition of new historic principal planner, Ms. Krishana Jackson Perry, and she's still kind of finding her way around. We certainly offer all the support that we can, and you'll be hearing more from her. I don't want to steal her thunder, but I'm very excited about the work that we're doing, understanding and realizing that there is still quite a bit of work to do, and balancing the work that we're doing so that, as we've said in many other previous meetings, that we don't create some unintentional consequences. In your packet, I think the report went through April. We did have a meeting in May, and in that meeting, we did have some friends from Deep Well to come and give us a report on Project Safe, and also from PSD with the sewer update, the sewer connection update as well. And again, with the addition of our principal planner, we're excited about also the Community Development Corporation is coming online. We suspect that we'll have some great collaboration and direction from them to give us even a little bit more boots on the ground, if you will, with some of the initiatives that we started, with the recommendations that we have with our work plan and with the overall recommendations that we have. So I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Anybody have any questions at this time?
I'm sorry. Not so much a question, but just stay tuned with regard to our district planning and LMO amendments. When we discussed those not long ago, I recommended that we send that through the Gullah Geechie Task Force, Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force, to make sure that you're included in that process in reviewing district planning. So stay tuned and stay connected. And otherwise, stay in touch. Let me know if it doesn't happen.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you pointing that out. What we knew before we called overlay district is morphing into the district plan, and we think that will address a lot of those issues as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I would also offer one quick public service announcement that we're planning a concert at First Presbyterian Church on June the 28th with the gospel artist Mac Powell and myself to do a major fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. So please stay tuned and be aware of that as well.
Harmony for Home, is that right?
Yes.
Harmony for Home?
That's right,
Yeah.
Harmony for Home.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Next up, our principal planner in historic neighborhood preservation, Ms. Perry, for a quick update as well. Welcome. Heard about you.
Good afternoon. Here's that my presentation is right here. That is quite large. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Town Manager. It is a pleasure to be before you today and one, introduce myself, Krishana Jackson Perry, Historic Neighborhood Preservation Principal Planner. I'm on month 5 here with the town, and I'm excited to be here. And number 2, most importantly, to give you a brief update on the Gullah Geechie work plan for our quarterly update. Just a quick background to refresh your memory. In 2019, Town Council accepted the Gullah Geechie Cultural Preservation Project Report, which included over 30 recommendations. And we also, in 2019, Town Council approved the top 16 priority projects for us to have a bit more direction on how to tackle those lofty recommendations for that work to begin immediately. So happy to report that we have had made significant progress on the top 16. And just to give you a brief summary of what that looks like right now, we're at about 13 of those 16 have been implemented through projects, policy, and or integration into town operations. And a number of those have come before town council in the last couple of years. And right now, with those ones that we are considering already implemented, we are focusing on improving service delivery and process improvement and incorporating those standard operating procedures into our regular workflows. Earlier this year, we did get to collaborate with the task force and set our priorities for the remainder of the year and how we would tackle those remaining 3 of the top 16. And I'm also talking about what we would do to tackle the full report. So the remaining 3, the Gullah History and Cultural Education Program as a top priority for us, that will be an onboarding educational enrichment opportunity for employees, new, existing and new, as well as board and commission members and elected and appointed officials. As Chairman Stevens just mentioned, we're addressing the Historic Overlay District and a number of public policy recommendations from the report through the town's district planning and LMO rewrite initiatives. And yes, we will be bringing that before the task force in the next couple months. And just to give you just since I have this up here, we'll give you a brief look at this report. This is in your packet and you can take a look at it in more detail, but here's a list of the top 16. And then here is the one of our top priorities for the remainder of the year, the educate town officials and employees, our cultural preservation recommendation. Some items that have been completed with this are a town council and task force and the Gullah Geechie task force approved the syllabus in September, and we are working on the outline and developing an original video, and we'll be rolling that out very soon, and we'll be back in touch with that. And just to touch on what we plan to do with the remaining over 20 recommendations, we are looking forward to doing that in a more of a collaborative and community-driven approach, a way that we can integrate the community, the existing resources, organizations, and cultural opportunities that people are already doing very well on the island, and also encouraging new efforts to come online. But we'll be wanting to do that with cooperative agreements with partner organizations and in a collaborative way. And so more to come on that later. And of course, we will continue to work on the critical path and the work plan monthly in our task force meetings. That's it for our quarterly update, and be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
All right, Mayor, one brief thank you for mentioning the district planning part of the task force. In reading ahead, I'm glad to complete that circle that it's in your staff report. So thank you very much. And thanks to the rest of the community development staff for including that in the process.
Thank you for the report. We appreciate the time.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yes, great job. You have hit the ground sprinting, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Next, Missy Lewick, Assistant Community Development Director. Missy's going to provide an update on a few elements of her work plan: the Workforce Housing Program update, Home Safety Repair Program quarterly update, and then Sewer Connection Program quarterly update. So welcome, Missy, all 3 times.
Thank you. No, this was provided separately. If you don't have it.
Okay, a verbal
it's fine.
update, it's fine.
I can do a verbal update. We created well, thank you, first of all. And I'm going to talk about workforce housing monthly update first. And we did create a flyer this month, and it will be available for distribution after the meeting. And it gives updates on the 4 pillars of the workforce housing framework. First, in the community pillar, we are still working on our asset mapping project. And that's a map where we're assembling community partners, nonprofits, and agencies, as well as local churches who are working in the housing space. And that defines potential partners that we'd work with on implementation of the workforce housing program. Also, in the community pillar, we're going to be talking about the Housing Action Committee as item 11B today. But that committee is to provide guidance to staff and council as we implement the work program. And so we'll talk about that later. Also in community, we're talking about creating the anti-displacement plan and strategy. And that is a anti-displacement and support plan. We have an outline or a draft started on that. And that would be a strategy that would help with housing preservation. It would require additional time and investment from community partners, as well as it would run through the Housing Action Committee before it comes to council. And then in the management pillar, we are still working on recruiting for our workforce housing program manager. We have interviewed candidates, and we're still in the candidate review and interview stage currently. As far as the planning pillar, we have presented to council in January a town land analysis where we determined what properties within the town's inventory are available or eligible for workforce housing development. And then recently the town announced the acquisition of 7 acres for delivery of workforce housing on the island. An update on North Point is that, again, you're well aware that the town has released an RFQ and an RFP to select a development partner to support workforce housing development project on town-owned land. And the town manager anticipates awarding that RFP to the preferred development partner in early June. An update on Habitat for Humanity. The town has met with Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity about the expansion of additional sites for workforce housing as well. Again, in the planning pillar, we are beginning to assemble a town toolkit. And as part of the LMO project, we will look at the existing regulations that we have for our density bonus program and our commercial conversion program, and if there are opportunities to make some changes to those so that they are implemented. As far as the revenue pillar, of course, the framework document was adopted with $1 million. And as you're aware, in the proposed budget, there's a housing fund with additional allocation of funds. So that completes the update on workforce housing. Are there any questions?
Questions, comments? Thank you.
Okay. Home safety and repair. Home safety and repair. I'm happy to report on this program. We've had significant progress of late. This program was approved by council in 2022 with $400,000 from ARPA funds. And we have in the budget a proposal of $200,000 in the fiscal year 24 budget. The program provides grants of up to $15,000 for repairs to keep a home safe and dry, or demolition of an unsafe structure or hazardous tree removal. The qualification is 60% of household income under AMI, and applicants can apply on our website for the program. We've received over 107 applications, 76 of them have been approved. We have some that are waiting site visits, but we have 13 under contract for a contract award of around $188,000. And we're really excited about implementing that program. Certainly getting qualified contractors and contractors to submit bids for the project has been one of the hardest hurdles in getting these underway. For those 13 that are under contract, they are just waiting approval of their building permits that are associated with those projects, and they will be underway soon. Are there any questions about that program?
Questions? Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Yes. Well, we anticipate that those permits will be issued soon. We do have a waiver form for taking photographs. We do present that a waiver form when we go for the site visits. And so far, we haven't had any permission to take pictures. So we will see if we can do some befores and afters. And if we can, we will share those certainly.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you.
Okay. So the town sewer connection program also launched in 2022, the same evening that the home safety and repair program was launched. And it was approved with $200,000 of ARPA funds. We launched the program last July. We're recommending $100,000 to continue the program in fiscal year budget 24. This is a partnership project. So this is a partnership with Deepwell and the Public Service District and the Low Country Council of Governments. This program is supplemental to the Project Safe program. Mr. Stevens talked about that there was just a presentation last month to the Gullah Geechie Task Force from PSD as well as Deepwell. And I'll talk about a little bit about what they covered as well. But our program covers a little bit more of the niche that Project Safe doesn't cover. So ours covers renters and has a larger AMI range for household income than the Project Safe program. So ours covers up to 100% of AMI. To apply for this program, you go to the Deepwell's office. They have the application materials as well as volunteers that can assist applicants with the process. As far as implementation goes, we have received 25 applications. 18 have a town letter of approval, and 14 sewer connections have been made with a value of $76,000. Additionally, as part of that additional impact, PSD reported that 95% of their customers are connected to sewer. Project Safe overall, since its inception in 1999, has made over 1,000 sewer connections to date. Since the launch of our program, there's been also an increase in applications to Project Safe. And so they are getting more connections made through that program in addition to the town's program. In addition, as public sewer is a function of public water, the Low Country Community Foundation and the PSD amended the regulations that govern the fund, the water fund, and now applicants that apply for the town sewer connection program will also get a water connection at no cost. And they also work to streamline the application process. So there's no additional application form for the water connection as well. And so finally, I think it's just a testament to council that this program that was created really results in a larger impact and is evidence of kind of the math where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. So we're really thankful for this program and the impact that it's having on the community.
Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also pleased to see that we are starting to see some progress in this area. You mentioned that the SAFE program has now started to see a little bit more activity, and they've made some connections as well. You don't have to give it to us today, but I'm curious to know what that looks like, what that number is currently versus, I know they've had a lull over the last few years. So that would be something to take a look at. And I'll also take a moment just to plant a seed here. We talk a lot about housing and the need for housing and connection to sanitary sewer and water is a fairly large expense, and it does not depend on size of the project. It's all relative. If you're doing 100 units or if you're doing 1 unit. And the town made a policy decision years ago to provide the main lines of sewer to all of Hilton Head, okay? I'm not sure that the PSD has provided to us where we stand as far as completion of that. But if we are looking to have folks develop their property into housing, and this being one of the obstacles, I think we need to revisit that so that we know where we stand, know if there's enough money available through PSD's funds and whatever we had pledged before so that we can continue that process. It's something that I have been aware of. I'm glad to see that we're making headway in the connection piece, but the main line may still be an issue for us as a community.
Thank you. Bryson?
Just one quick thing. Thank you for the reports on both of these. I think it's an example of public-private partnerships that can work for the betterment of the lives of people in our community and of our community. And thank you for all you're doing to help make this work. And I'm glad to hear that we need to check in on the mainline connections and making notes about that. So I look forward to hearing more about that as well. But thank you. It's great progress for lives in our community.
Any other comments, questions, concerns?
I'm personally pleased to hear this development before anything started down this road. I found it somewhat embarrassing that a portion of our community didn't have sewer connections. Not the Hilton Island standard. So I think the effort that's been put together with the other partners to provide those kind of connections is a very significant development.
Great job as always. Thank you for what you're doing, Missy.
Thank you, Nancy.
We've been hearing a lot about the Beach City Road Cat Sanctuary and significant public comment. So I've asked Josh Gruber, our Deputy Town Manager, to provide a follow-up to the public comment for Town Council and community. Hello, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, and members of council. Before I dive into the information today, I think it's appropriate to acknowledge that we've heard from a lot of individuals within the community on both sides of this issue. People that are in support of this activity, folks that are concerned by this activity. I'm sure you all have received a lot of that correspondence as well. And so what I've attempted to do with this analysis is try to strip out some of the emotionality of this issue and just focus on what the procedural history was, what has occurred, and then what the law states in terms of our regulations, not only here locally, but also at Beaufort County. And so with that information in mind, let me kind of go through this and bring you up to speed on where I believe we are with the situation. So starting back in 2011, Ms. Claudia Kennedy purchased the 6 parcels that are reflected there on the red on this site that are outside of the entrance to the spa on Port Royal Sound. Sometime in the 2013-2014 timeframe, cats began to be brought onto this particular piece of property as an informal feral cat colony. The Hilton Head Humane Association actually has a history of working with these types of entities going back to the 1990s. But in 2016, the town adopted Beaufort County's animal control regulations in their entirety. And within that code was a section that authorized the management of feral cat colonies. So in 2016, Ms. Kennedy obtained a permit from Beaufort County to establish a feral cat colony formally at the Beach City Road site. At some point in time, in and around the 2016, 2017, up until the 2018 timeframe, there were also individuals who were providing feeding stations for cats located on the spa property. Our understanding is that had been done in conjunction with agreement from the spa itself, but in 2018, the board of directors voted to rescind that authorization, and so at that point in time, those feeding stations were removed from that location. In March of 2018, Ms. Kennedy was provided with a determination by staff that the actions that were occurring at this particular location on Beach City Road were classified as animal services under the town's land management ordinance and were not permitted under the Mitchellville zoning district. Ms. Kennedy appealed that decision to the Board of Zoning Appeals in June of 2018. And at that time, the board voted to uphold staff's decision that those activities were not permitted under that particular zoning classification. Following that decision, Ms. Kennedy made multiple changes to the site and the operations occurring on that site that had been the basis for why her activities were classified as animal services. A subsequent site inspection was performed by staff and a determination was made that based upon the changes that had been performed, that the actions there in caring for the animals were no longer classified as animal services. This information was communicated from staff in 2019 to spa residents, along with a notice that they could appeal that decision to the BZA. And additionally, a presentation was made to the Board of Zoning Appeals on March 25th, 2019, as a follow-up to the prior year's appeal decision, and outlined the justification as to why staff had changed their position on the use classification of the property. In 2021, spa residents again contacted the town and expressed concerns regarding the appropriate of the colony's operation and location. At that time, the town attorney sent a letter to Mr. Keith Barker, a spa resident, indicating that pursuant to the existing language within the town's land management ordinance, that the activities that were occurring at the site were not a prohibited activity and would not be considered a nuisance. It should be noted that an underlying basis for this opinion was the belief that all actions in caring for these animals were taking place exclusively on Miss Kennedy's property. In 2023, spa residents again began contacting the county expressing concern over the colony's conditions, operations, potential violations of their colony permit. Multiple photographs were provided showing cats located off the property and other conditions which would be potentially problematic. Members of town council and staff have received multiple correspondence in this matter. From both residents of the spa and residents of the community. Many of these letters and emails contain pictures or statements that would either support or refute one another's positions. So here's what the law states in this matter. Beaufort County Animal Control regulates the feral cat colony program as outlined within their code and is subsequently adopted by the town through its adoption of Beaufort County's code. The Hilton Head Humane Association works directly with All About Cats to ensure that the cats within the colony are spayed and neutered, vaccinated, and humanely cared for, with standards such as being fed twice daily to try and reduce the impacts of having those cats there on the natural environment. Once a feral cat colony permit is issued by Beaufort County, it places certain requirements on the caregivers of that colony in order to stay compliant with the permit's requirements. Those requirements include reporting biannually to the County Animal Services on the following: the number of colonies that the caregiver maintains if it has more than one colony, providing the Animal Services with description of each cat within the colony so that the numbers are monitored and documented in terms of the care of the animals. They help resolve any complaints over the conduct of a colony cat within the colony. And as you'll see here, some of these are not necessarily exclusive of all the permit requirements, but these are the ones that I thought were particular to this particular situation. They must maintain records on the size and locations of the colonies, as well as the vaccination and spay and neuter records for all cats within the colony, and that there's a mandatory vaccination of all colony population for rabies, and they must make reasonable efforts to update the 5-way or equivalent vaccinations on the cats that they can recapture. Additionally, they must provide food, water, and suitable shelter for the colony cats, observe the colony cats daily, and keep a record of any illnesses or unusual behavior that's noticed. They must obtain proper medical attention to the colony cats that appear to require it. The caregivers shall make reasonable efforts to find permanent inside homes for the colony cats that exhibit the potential for acclimating to such placement. And finally, the caregiver shall make a reasonable effort to maintain the colony as to prevent the colony from running at large beyond the confines of the designated area. This is what Beaufort County's code states in regards to the animals themselves and where they cannot be located. Section 6-4009 states that any pet or livestock constitutes a nuisance when the pet disturbs the rights of or interferes with the ordinary use and enjoyment of another's property. If the pet is outdoors and not under restraint, the pet shall be confined to a fenced-in area whereby the height of the fence shall be sufficient to keep the pet contained at all times. Regardless of location, the pet shall not be allowed outside of the fenced-in area without being kept under restraint or confinement and under the physical control of the owner or custodian by means of a leash or other physically attached similar restraining device. So, knowing that those are the provisions of the law that exist, and applying those to the situation that we believe to be the case here today, here are the issues that need to be addressed. One, again, acknowledging that there are very passionate people on both sides of this issue, and we've been trying to work with all parties involved to develop a solution that not only respects the rights of all parties, but is compliant with the legal requirements that we've talked about. This means that the animals within the feral cat colony must adhere to the requirements of the county-issued permit. This applies to the maximum number of cats that may be contained within the colony, the need to remove any unauthorized cats through the adoption within the Hilton Head Humane Association, the removal of any cats that cannot remain contained within the colony site, and several other additional requirements that were outlined in the permit. There are also the issue of cats that are not a part of this colony, but are within the geographic area where the colony exists. And so to deal with that, Beaufort County's code states that an owner is any person who, among other things, keeps or harbors an animal or has it in his or her care or acts as its custodian. Applying that to what we understand the actions to be that we're seeing is that there are individuals who are feeding and caring for these animals on the spa property or on the surrounding properties. That in and of itself is permissible, but the individuals who are doing that may become the owners of those animals based upon this language that imputes the responsibility to manage the behavior of those animals if you are caring for them. What that means is that as a resident of the spa or neighboring property owner, if you continue to feed these animals, you may become legally responsible for their behavior, which means that they must remain on your private property and not upon the property of others, which includes the common property of the spa that is not owned by any individual. If the animals are no longer being fed, what we understand is that the animals will not remain in that location. They will seek out another food source where they will be able to obtain food, water, and shelter. And so one of the things that we think needs to occur here is that the animals that are not part of this colony, either the residents that if they want to continue to care for them, they can, but they need to care for them in a manner which is compliant with the law, or they need to cease caring for them and no longer be the owner of the animals. In regards to the colony itself, there's a number of things that must occur. First is that the requirements of the colony permit must be strictly adhered to. This includes establishing an appropriate maximum number of allowable animals on this site based upon the conditions and attributes of the site itself. There must be biannual reporting from the caregiver as to the conditions of the colony, the number of animals that are within it, and the things that we've discussed before. There needs to be a clear way to identify the animals within the colony and track them to ensure that they remain within the colony site. The animals that leave the property must be relocated to an alternative facility. Again, there is not a right to allow your animal to trespass onto the property of another and interfere with their right to enjoy their property. And then any cats that are legally dropped off of this location must be immediately identified and provided to the Hilton Head Humane Association for adoption. Potential solutions. There was a previously existing feral cat colony on Defusky Island. The owner of that property had installed fencing on that site based upon the design of that fencing, which was specifically targeted to preventing cats from being able to climb the fencing. And I've Googled this and I failed to include a picture in here, so I apologize. But if you picture an existing fence, this is fencing that comes off perpendicular to an existing fence, so that essentially the cats cannot, unless they're going to hang upside down, cannot climb up and over the fence. And so the Hilton Head Humane Association is working to obtain the specifications of this fencing, and Beaufort County Animal Control has discussed the possibility of paying for its installation. Neither of those are finished at this point, but it is the discussions that are occurring right now to try and potentially provide mitigation to the situation. Additionally, the Hilton Head Humane Association has purchased cat diverters. These are electronic devices that utilize a ultrasonic frequency that I believe only pets or animals can hear, and that they would potentially place those strategically to keep the animals from leaving the colony property. So ultimately, the town council should review the situation, provide staff with any guidance that has, if any, in considering this information now that you understand what the history is and kind of what the scope of the issues are that are before you.
Okay. Questions,
Yes.
comments?
This colony happens to exist in Ward 6, and I've been listening to the citizens on both sides presenting these issues. So I took it on myself. I went over and did a personal inspection yesterday. I invited some of those people to come in and visit with me. No one was able to do it. It was short notice, I acknowledge. What I found on that inspection was a few cats in the colony. They hide. There's a fence that they can readily climb that's there now. I then went into the spa
went around all of the driveways. It's a big project. I don't know how many units are in there, but it looks like it's a couple of hundred anyway. And so I went all around in there and I saw 3 cats. 2 were asleep next to one unit, 1 was in the driveway. I spoke to the gate guard that was there. She said her experience was the biggest problem she sees is the cats want to sleep on cars overnight. I noticed there in the gatehouse that there is a sign that says a $100 fine for feeding cats. So they're trying to get people to stop feeding the cats. Now, your report is exhaustive and I sincerely appreciate it. It helps a lot. But I see conflicts between the county code and the town ordinances that are very difficult to resolve. I think you said that under the county code, the operator of the sanctuary should use reasonable efforts to keep the cats contained, whereas the town ordinance says you must keep the cats contained and they can't be allowed to move out. This is a very difficult issue to resolve. It could result in some litigation, which I hope can be avoided. I think the solutions that you have come up with may indeed deal with this situation and make it work. I certainly hope so that we can avoid this and serve our citizens. People love cats, people hate cats. Not much in between, and I experienced this. I understand that. So thank you for your report. I will look forward to some more information about the fencing and how that works, as well as the ultrasound to see if that indeed works. And maybe that will promote a reconciliation so that this thing can move forward. And given the fact that the cats in the colony are all spayed and neutered, over time, the colony should shrink. I think that's part of the idea. So thank you for your report. We will keep our eyes and ears open. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Ms. Bryson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gruber, for that thorough report, going back through history. And I remembered some of it from the BZA, but not all of what happened after that. So thanks for the update. The question that I've got is, this is a county ordinance that the town adopted. So who is responsible for enforcing the county ordinance?
Sure. So part of the reason why the town adopted the county's ordinance was to allow the county's animal control officers to enforce those provisions. So beginning in 2016, there was an effort by the county to have all of the municipalities in Beaufort County adopt the same code so that its officers would be enforcing the same standards regardless of where they were geographically. But because the town has adopted Beaufort County's code, it is now a part of our code. And so our code enforcement officers would be authorized to enforce those provisions as well.
So then the follow-up question is, whoever is authorized to enforce the code, have they been out to check on this? And is that the result of the potential solutions that you've listed there? Can you tell us about enforcement now?
Yes. So we've been in conversations with both Beaufort County Animal Control, and this evening I've got Ms. Tallulah Trice, who's the executive director of the Animal Control, with us in case there was any questions. But we've also been working closely with Hilton Head Humane Association. They are an integral part of this process. Not only do they ensure the care of the animals that are occurring on site is appropriate, but they also facilitate the spay and neutering that occurs with regards to the colony. And so we've been in contact with them. We've been in contact with Hilton Head Humane. We've been in contact with All About Cats, who is the entity that's currently operating the colony on this location. And we've been in contact with the spa residents. And so through all of that, with regards to the enforcement aspects, it's primarily Beaufort County that we've been discussing with, that if the remediation that we've discussed is not successful, then ultimately it's going to have to require enforcement actions, because at the end of the day, the law requires that the animals remain on the property.
So looking at the next steps, it sounds like there's 2 things. One is with regard to the property where there is this permit from the county for the feral colony. And then separately, there's cats running at large, if you will.
Yes, absolutely.
Which, if they're not under someone's care, someone's got to round them up, I guess.
Yes.
So what are we going to do about the cats running at large?
So that's what we've talked with the county about. The county does have traps. Now, in some instances, catching those animals can be easier said than done, but the county is prepared to take that action if necessary. And so I think the first step that we would take is ultimately getting the spa residents to commit to either you're going to take ownership of these animals and possession of these animals and bring them onto your property, or you're going to stop caring for them, and at which point in time, we're going to see if they then move to another location where they might be more appropriately cared for. Because I recall that there was a couple of neighbors that expressed the desire to potentially have them there, which is great. They just need to take ownership of the animals and responsibility to make sure that they then stay on their property. If that is not successful, then the county will need to come in and look at trapping those animals. And at that point, they'll do an assessment on whether those animals can or cannot be adopted. If they can be adopted, they'll work with Hilton Head Humane to adopt them out. If not, then we've discussed with them potentially of relocating them to one of the other cat colonies. There happens to be right now about 30 cat colonies throughout Beaufort County. And so there's quite a few that are out there that most folks, I'm sure, probably wouldn't be aware of unless you were told it was there.
And to my colleague, Mr. Alfred's question about any conflicts between the county code and the town code, if there's something we need to address, I guess we need to address that in the future.
So I would go back to the definition here within the county's code of a nuisance. I think this is pretty clear. It's pretty straightforward that if the animal is not confined within a fenced-in area, and if it leaves the property at any point, it can become a nuisance. And at that point, then an enforcement action could be initiated against either the owner of the property or anybody caring for those animals, or the animals themselves could be captured and relocated. So from this standpoint, I don't think that there's any conflict. The conflict comes in with regards to the town's land management ordinance, and whether or not these actions constitute an activity that should or should not be allowed in this particular location.
Got a little footnote in the long list of LMO amendments to look at in the future.
Mr. Ames.
Josh, it's been suggested that because the cats are spayed, that over time their numbers will decrease. But are All About Cats adding cats to it?
At this point, we believe yes, that's been happening.
So this is an ongoing issue forever if we don't do something, right?
So I would go back to one of the permit requirements that we've talked about, which is this one right here. Establishing a maximum number of animals that can be at the site and identifying all of those cats individually in a manner that they can be easily identified.
So monitoring has been a problem, and we need to do something about that as a part of this. I do think there's an LMO issue with incompatibility. And so I would say that to have a cat sanctuary right next to a single-family house or a condominium complex is probably not an ideal circumstance. Based on what we have heard by spa residents, completely is incompatible. Whether or not we can believe that or not, I'm not sure. But that's an issue. The other aspect is a different take. That is, any free roaming cat is going to have an impact on wildlife. This island's supposed to have some sort of respect for wildlife and a balance and so on and so forth. So I do think there are issues here that council probably would rather not face. But I do think there's an ongoing issue that needs to be addressed.
I will tell you, I've learned more about cats in the last couple of months than I had known well before then. And I've actually heard arguments on both sides. One, that absolutely the free roaming cats can have a negative impact on the environment. They're predatory in nature. They can hunt and kill birds and things like that. I've also heard from other ones that say, you know what, I've got a restaurant and I keep some dumpsters out back. I love having some cats around because they keep the rat population down for my area. And so I have heard it both ways.
One is urban and the other is.
Sure.
Yeah. Ms. Becker?
With regard to the slide that you have up, it says this includes establishing an appropriate maximum number of animals that can be allowed. What's that?
So I don't know that we have the requisite capabilities of making that determination. I've spoken with Tallulah, the executive director of animal control. I believe they need to do an assessment of the site, understand what the capabilities are, given its size, location, et cetera. And they need to identify what the maximum number of animals would be for that, because it is their permit then that is what controls the operation of this colony.
And I think in the latest version of the animal control, Beaufort County's animal control ordinance, we kindly removed the restraint provision, and therefore, I'm not sure whether this is complete and up to date. But more importantly, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Humane Society, Hilton Head's Humane Society, Beaufort County Animal Control, and All About Pets for the work that they do to preserve animals and make sure that the reproduction is limited, if not stymied completely, which is good news. There will always be feral cats on Hilton Head that don't live in a colony, period. So identifying which ones are coming from where is, I think, a task in and of itself. But I appreciate the hard work that those organizations have done and their volunteers to help protect Hilton Head's animals, including the feral cats.
Josh, one other. If they establish a number, and they also say that the cats should be curtailed from getting out, and we know this site doesn't curtail them, where do we end up?
So that's where we go back to, find here. It is, if they continue to get out, they need to be relocated. And so that either means through adoption if they're adoptable. But again, going back to one of the requirements of their permit is that if the animal is adoptable, they should be making any efforts that they can to have that animal adopted. If it's not, because it is now feral in nature and therefore not a good candidate for adoption, the thought would be hopefully being able to relocate it to another colony. I know.
My suspicion is that the council that made those decisions 7-10 years ago didn't want to address it any more than we want to address it.
Correct. Well, and I'll also tell you, knowing what I know about the animal control and the Hilton Head Humane Association, they take absolutely every effort that they can to not have to euthanize animals unless it is just the only option that is left. And so they go to great lengths to try and find alternative homes, locations for these animals, if at all possible.
Okay. So I remember back in the late 90s or so, cats that appeared to be stray were picked up by either the Humane Association or another group or whatever, and they would spay, neuter, clip the ear, and tattoo the inside of the ear. Is the tattoo inside of the ear still happening?
I don't.
Well, because I'm seeing a potential issue with identification. If there is a way to tattoo the inside of the ear that earmarks it, so to speak, not trying to be funny, but it just came out that way, that they belong to the colony. That could go a long way.
Yeah.
So in addition to the other measures to keep the cats in, it's also important to know what cats are getting out, because yes, cats do look a lot alike. And I think that identification process, if they're not being chipped, needs to be identified and make certain that we're controlling it from that realm.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that we need to work with is how do we clearly identify these animals? Yes, their ears are tipped, but I've talked about it as a layperson. I couldn't tell you what that really looks like.
Yeah, I hope nobody moves to Key West and done like roosters or chickens. Yeah. We have got to learn how to coexist. And that's the thing. We can divert the cats, but we got to learn how to all live together. This is ridiculous. We've worked very hard to spay and neuter. Claudia's done an amazing job, and we're not going to say how many cats they should have on this property. So we've got to learn how to coexist. Raccoons are a problem. Feral cats are spay and neuter, and we inoculate them. Nothing's done with raccoons. So again, I'm for this, and I think we need to figure out how to coexist, divert them, and we're here to help to do that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
But as part of the solution as we move forward, I think addressing that side of it, of identification is key.
And possibly technology might be the solution to that. We've talked about, I know Angie had proposed, put brightly colored collars on them so that you could just look at it. But then if somebody wants to drop off their cat, all they have to do is go to the store and buy a collar and,
But I think it warrants more discussion. I don't think we're going to have a solution here today, but like you, in the past 20 minutes, I've learned more about cat colonies than I would ever imagined. But thank you for all your time and effort putting into this so that we can have a clear understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Mayor, that completes the report of the town manager.
Okay, thank you. So, general reports from town council. Does anybody have anything to, general report like to talk about? Becker?
Couple of things. Most important, right off the top, as we're entering into our summer months, and short-term rental issues have been coming to my attention. I want to make sure that everyone knows how to, if they have any difficulty, find the contact number for GovOS, which is the organization hired by the town to take those complaints and address any issues related to short-term rentals under our short-term rental ordinance. The way you do that, for anyone who is listening, please take notes. The town council, if you go to the Town of Hilton Head Island web front page, and then go to initiatives, you'll go down, scroll down to short-term rental ordinance. And there you'll find the appropriate number and email address to call for lodging a concern about a short-term rental that should be addressed by them within an hour. There's also additional information there in terms of how to contact the sheriff's department and the town if necessary. And with that, I hope everyone has a pleasant summer, visitors and residents alike. Memorial Day is coming, and I just want to, since we won't be together before then, take a moment and wish all of our veterans a very, very safe and peaceful and happy day. And thank you for all that you've sacrificed along with your families, and we're a grateful nation.
Thank you. Any other general reports? Ms. Bryson?
First of all, the mayor proclaimed May is Bike Month, and my colleague, Mr. Alfred, and I participated in Pedal Hilton Head Island on Sunday, I believe it was May 7th, if I have the right memory. And Mr. Alfred read that proclamation. So it is Bike Month. And I also want to mention the Ride of Silence, which is tomorrow evening, starting at 6:30 at Port Royal Plaza, with the ride, an escorted ride in silence by bicyclists along 278 for about 8 miles. And this was started to recognize the death of a bicyclist on a road in Texas, and it's spread throughout the country. So I will be participating in that, and thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to represent you at the Ride of Silence tomorrow night. So in addition to that, Friday is Ride to Work Day. So as you would any day, please be aware of sharing the road with bicyclists and pedestrians, but this is Bike Month, May. In addition, Beaufort County Schools just recognized Teachers of the Year and Support Staff of the Year. And I'll briefly read out those connected to Hilton Head. Hilton Head ECC, Teacher of the Year, Danny Both, and Support Staff of the Year, Florida Barrasso. Hilton Head Elementary, IB, Teacher of the Year, Anjanette Olander, and Support Staff of the Year, Marcia Simprick. Hilton Head Island Creative Arts, Teacher of the Year, Mark Sadler, and Support Staff of the Year, Fakita Aiken. Hilton Head High, Teacher of the Year, Tarkin Best, Support Staff, Megan Burke. Hilton Head Island Middle, Teacher of the Year, Haley Easter, and Support Staff, Sarah Vinipol. And congratulations to all of those Teachers of the Year and Support Staff of the Year. And having a sister and a niece who are both teachers, I think we should all thank the teachers and support staff in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And my wife is a teacher. I can attest that they work until 10, 11 o'clock every night. And that's third grade. Any other general reports? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Stanford, Transportation Study, Low Country Area.
No report.
All right. Ms. Becker, Council of Governments. Okay, Mr. Ames, Airports.
Airport Board meets here tomorrow, 1:30. And I learned at the last meeting that the terminal bids will be opened June 7th.
Okay. Mr. Stanford, Low Country Regional Board.
No report.
Okay. Mr. Brown, Island Rec Association.
Island Rec Association Board will be meeting this Friday at 8 a.m. So I'm sure to have a report at our next meeting.
Ms. Becker, Community Services Public Safety Committee.
The Community Service and Public Safety Committee met yesterday. We received a report from a Major Purdy from the Beaufort County Sheriff's Department, who informed us of the crime statistics and actions around the island. It is available online for anyone who's interested in reviewing that. He also included some community work that they are doing with the K-9 officers that live here and work here on Hilton Head, which was a nice update to get from them. Then we went into executive session. There was nothing coming out of executive session to report. I do ask, though, for everyone who's listening and who knows anyone who lives on the island, if you have any interest in serving on one of our boards, committees, or commissions, please go online and you'll find on the front page again, I believe, or under government, the application to do so. And please send those in. We are reviewing applications on an ongoing basis and have a number of positions that we'd like to fill. And we appreciate and respect your time and effort and willingness to serve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ames, Public Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The Public Planning Committee met on May 11th, dealt with 3 items. The first was the short-term rental issues. Staff presented to us through the GovOS contractor a certain number of statistics. I'll read just a few of them. There have been 6,000 short-term rental registered at this point. Of those 6,000, 72% are villas, 28% single-family homes. Of those single-family homes, there were 350 of the 6,000 total units of more than 5 bedrooms. That's approximately 0.5% over 5 bedrooms. Second item was the resilience plan. Public Planning Committee approved the resolution supporting the approach to the resilience plan. And for anyone who doesn't know, a resilience plan is a process that communities can undertake to identify potential hazards and threats, and then establish adaptation, mitigation, and recovery plans. The goal is to reduce likely impacts and ensure that key infrastructure systems continue operating quickly after a hurricane or a catastrophe. The third item was an update on the land management ordinance progress, and also, and most importantly, to Public Planning Committee, accelerating the LMO amendments regarding mass, scale, and FAR, floor area ratio amendments. That is my report.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, Finance and Administrative Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We received a very quick and positive report from our financial director, Mr. Troyer. We also took action on 2 items, both of which will be passed on to full council for consideration. One is the resolution of a technology and innovation strategic plan. The other is standardized stormwater agreements with 5 communities here on Hilton Head. And we also took a first stab at looking at our memorandum of understanding with affiliated agencies. More to come on that.
Okay, thank you. Appearance by citizens. I would like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give town council, please give them to the town clerk after your 3 minutes is finished. Zendaya, do we have anybody signed up to speak today?
Yes, sir, we do. Mr. Tom Hens. Mr. Hens?
Council members, mayor, town manager. I'm Tom Hens with the Hilton Head, Iowa Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. We represent nearly 1,400 member businesses and organizations of all types. Their biggest challenge right now is attracting and retaining a qualified workforce. We at the Chamber, challenges frequently require 2 things to resolve, collaboration and creativity. We at the Chamber are collaborating with creative community partners in an effort to bolster the area's workforce for our local businesses and organizations. Our website currently hosts a landing page for locally focused job providers and job seekers called Low Country Jobs Now. This site, powered by Indeed, is where local businesses and organizations can post their job opportunities, and potential employees can search these openings and apply. The site also contains career resources, tools, and advice. We are currently working to eventually add 5 additional portals to this job site in order to expand the potential workforce. Each one has a unique focus and will be developed in partnership with community individuals and organizations with expertise in their respective areas of focus. These 5 portals, in addition to our current local careers portal, are as follows. 1, Encore Careers, powered by the Chamber's Business Workforce Coalition. This committee will work to encourage our local retirees back into the workforce with interesting and engaging part-time opportunities. 2, internships for area high school students, powered by the Chamber's Business Education Partnership. This committee is working with our local high schools and businesses to develop experiential learning opportunities for our students and provide them with insights into possible career paths. 3, internships for our local college students, powered by the Chamber's Bluffton Regional Business Council. This committee is working with TCL, USCB, and SCAD to develop internship opportunities for their students' chosen field of study, providing our local businesses and organizations with an opportunity to attract their future workforce. 4, veteran job opportunities, powered by Warrior Enterprises, LLC. This committee will work to match retiring veterans with local career opportunities. And finally, 5, job opportunities for adults with disabilities, powered by the Disabilities Coalition of Beaufort County. This committee will use their knowledge and experience working with adults with disabilities to help match them to job opportunities throughout the community. Each of these 5 additional portals will also include resources and information, and the hosting organizations will work within their circles to attract businesses and organizations to post job opportunities and attract target workforce candidates to apply. By collaborating with local community partners creatively, we can help build engaging opportunities for an expanded workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Hens. Next, Zendaya.
Excuse me, Mr. Bobby Tillison? Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Teresa Coco?
Good afternoon. I'm a resident at the spa on Beach City Road, and I've been here before to address the negative impact of the cat sanctuary abutting our property. Other residents and I have raised a number of nuisance issues and issues affecting the health and safety despite the steps taken by the AAC. So I want to thank you this morning for the report that we just had and for their contributions by our council people. I'm here today to reiterate that as reported in several publications by the government, by wildlife organizations around the country, that trap, neuter, vaccinate, return programs do not reduce the risk of toxoplasmosis living in the feces of vaccinated and non-vaccinated cats. I'm also here to ask you to consider something that Mr. Ames brought up about the wildlife. We have been challenging the sanctuary because it does not belong on residentially zoned property in the backyard of a beach community. But we are similarly concerned about the negative impact of the sanctuary in the backyard of coastal wildlife. When sanctuary advocates talk about the benefits of cats killing mice, snakes, and rodents, they omit the killing of birds and other wildlife in our fragile island environment. Hilton Head conservationists have gone to great lengths to protect sea turtle nests and hatchlings, birds, and endangered species from humans. These species in our backyard equally need protection from roaming cats. Cats the sanctuary is not equipped to contain, cats that the AAC admitted publicly cannot be contained. The natural predatory behavior of cats bears an ecological impact. I quote now from the Wildlife Society fact sheet. That's this document here. All cat species are carnivorous, and even when well-fed, will continue to hunt. This innate ability and desire to hunt makes even the domestic cat a threat to native wildlife species whenever cats are permitted to live or roam outdoors. Studies by the Smithsonian and the U.S. Wildlife Service statistically confirm the billions of birds and small mammals killed each year in the U.S. by domesticated cats alone. Our coastal community is overrun by cats. The cat sanctuary does not belong on Beach City Road.
Thank you, Ms. Coco. Good day, next.
Teresa Prince, Ms. Prince.
Good afternoon. I spoke a few weeks ago and shared my frustration with the seemingly slow pace toward stabilizing our economy by increasing worker availability and access. My impatience is in direct proportion to the consequences of our ever-widening housing crisis. As a resident, I value the opportunity to share my opinion, and it isn't fair to only be critical without also acknowledging your successes. So thank you for the Bryant Road land acquisition, the funding commitment to community housing in the fiscal year 24 budget, the pending selection of the North Point developer, and your discussion of the Housing Advisory Committee today, along with Ms. Lewick's monthly updates. Last October, a group of concerned residents hosted a community forum on housing where we heard from a number of speakers affected by the lack of housing options, whether they be business owners or individuals. While this event was successful, I realized that a single forum wasn't going to have much impact. So earlier this year, I invited a couple of dozen Hilton Head advocates who share my worries about the future of the island's economy to my home to share our concerns and determine what our part is in addressing the housing crisis. We've met a few times, advocated successfully for the passage of S-284, providing another funding source for housing, and we have formed a working group called Low Country Community Partners. LCP's primary focus is supporting expanding housing availability for Hilton Head workers who want to live here. Our group of about 24 residents includes developers, experts in finance, housing, deal and revising land management ordinances, nonprofit leaders, those associated with the Home Coalition, Habitat for Humanity, the Coastal Community Development Corporation, Native Island and Latino neighbors, people connected with state and federal financing, and those with specific skills in financial analysis, communications, and strategic planning. As you begin working on the Housing Advisory Committee, please call on us. LCP partners are available, knowledgeable, and committed to help.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Day next.
Ms. Lee, Ms. Xiaodian Lee.
Thank you, Manager, for hosting the budget workshop. I had time to reflect. Two thoughts coming to mind regarding workforce housing. The first is transparency. Posting the presentations online and live streaming town council meetings is information sharing. To be transparent is to have the desire to analyze all the data at your disposal and let residents know the trade-offs based on the policies you're promoting. Perhaps the residents should know that based on the 2017 workforce need assessment to satisfy demand for affordable housing, the town has to build more than 5,000 700 new units for the next 10 years. Perhaps the residents should know that it should be the equivalent of a dozen of Aquaterra type of high-density apartment complex on Gardner Road each year. Perhaps they should know that the high-density bonus model would have adverse impact on the natural environment and the island way of life. Or perhaps they need to know that even if we build, they won't come because some workers perhaps prefer to live in a house with a yard in Bluffton instead of a 400 square foot studio in Hilton Head Island. The second thought is around government participation in affordable housing. There's no denying that the town government has a significant role to play. In 1983, Hilton Head was incorporated as a limited service municipality with an annual budget of $1.2 million and a focus on planning and land management. Perhaps the government can address worker shortages by providing public transportation or reducing traffic congestions that results in long commute hours. Perhaps the government can provide incentives to encourage long-term rentals, or perhaps the government can ask some of the DMO dollars to promote the quality of tourism instead of quantity. We object to taxpayer subsidized housing, not because we lack empathy, but because we recognize that compassion does not equal solutions. In the 90s and the 2000s, the town made similar attempts, such as the family housing program and the moderate income housing program that addressed housing shortages, but all failed. The housing fund would create a low-wage, high-welfare labor market system, which benefits some employers and consumers while hurting taxpayers and the working poor. Public solutions should only lead to crony capitalism with no accountability for failure. Thank you.
Ms. Lee? Zendaya next.
Mr. Tom Reed, right?
Good afternoon, council. Mr. Orlando, Your Honor, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good. How's everybody here today? Good? This is my first time speaking. I'm a newly elected official. I'm one of them, but I'm on the county side of things. And a couple things. One, the first 5 months has flown by like a flash. And one of the things we all talked about, Councilwoman Becker and I especially, we got to get together and work. There's a lot of common things. Glenn, you know that. So my focus today is a couple things. One, I think we should work together on a few things. We talked about it. Let's see if we can do it. I heard today many things that are common with the county and what you're trying to do. So, let's see if we can work together. One other thing. Mr. Ames, you said something about an airport board meeting here tomorrow. I think it's Thursday, not tomorrow. Just in case. Yeah, it's all right. And also, I'd like to invite you up to Beaufort. I know it's a little bit of a trip, but come into those chambers. A lot of us come here, and come on up there and take a look and be part of it. So if we can get together and look at some common things, the bridge, green space, so many things. St. James, Councilman, there's a lot we can do together. With that, I'll yield my time to, no, I'm only kidding.
Mr. Reed.
But listen, thank you all very much for your time, and just think about that, all right?
Okay, that was funny. I'll give you that. Zendaya, who do we have next?
Yes, Susan Halpert. Ms. Halpert?
I appreciate the yielding of space, and I'm going with the green space, by the way, and tennis. So I was here last week to talk about and try to just do it in a positive light, but I'm kind of gotten upset. I've heard, I appreciate the conversation about like all the rules and regulations, but to me, the cats in Hilton Head Island, so I own 2 homes. One right next to the spa, where there's a house in between. They have 10 cats. They've been here for 30 years. I have friends at the spa that I have helped feed the cats. And also a lady that called me and said, hey, I got a pregnant cat over here. Can you help me? Yes. Another friend that has it nationally registered as an emotional support cat. So I want to understand why the spa isn't following what I consider the regulations for support animals. You're hearing from 4 people from the spa, one of which owns a cat, but they're not letting my friend who's registered in the national, isn't that against the law? So these cats that have been in the spa, when you're talking about the second level, those cats aren't from the sanctuary. I fed them with my friends at the spa. I have 2 homes over there. I live there as a permanent resident with my daughter and my granddaughter. These people, they have, like, they Airbnb their places. They don't live there. So they need a hobby. They have rescue dogs and they have a, like, why aren't they allowing and to fine people $100 to feed cats that have been there for 15, 20 years, way before they got there? So you're going to starve the cats and you're fining them for feeding the cats? How is that? That's animal cruelty. Like, this is not what Hilton Head is about. You're going to do rabbits next? Or, like, let's say turtles or deer? Like, what's next? Like, our neighbors, and I will bring all my neighbors here, they love the sanctuary. That's how we teach our children and our grandchildren about animals. It brings the community, it brings to my neighborhood, it improves the value of my home because it shows how Hilton Head is. Isn't it what Hilton Head is about? It's about the animals. So what do you pick? The cats have been here way before all these people, and they'll be here way after all of them leave. Is this our integrity? So you're gonna fine them for feeding animals? What do you want them to do, starve? So I have 4 seconds. So I implore you that that is not how the community feels.
Thank you, Ms. Hoppert.
Thank you.
And who do we have next?
Miss Cherie Capello? Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you guys all for learning about our feral cats, first of all. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm just here to talk to you guys about, first I want to say one of the things, the regulations up there was pets. These are not our pets, right? We're an organization, we feed these feral cats that are homeless and have nowhere to go. And these are our cats. But first and foremost, it is not our problem here at the spa. The reason that the spa has a problem, it started with their feeders and they yanked them away. People have continued to feed. They have a revenue source that is proof of that. If they were not feeding, they didn't have a problem, then they wouldn't have these complaints. They're the ones that have the problem, not us. When we talk about the fence, we have taken down fences, we have put up fences. The fence that you guys, that Mr. Grover talked about earlier is a drop-down fence. We actually had that fence at one point in time. The spa individuals made us take it down because they didn't like it. They asked us to put up containment fences. We put them up. Guess what? They just asked us last year to take them down because they said they smell. We have taken them down. So we have put up, we have taken down, we have done everything that we could possibly do as good neighbors. We've asked them what bothers them, we sit down, we talk to them. We're happy to help them with their cat problem and have in the past. Like I said, we have fixed and spayed and neutered over there 75 of their cats in 3.5 years. That's a lot of cats. And so this problem is still there. It is not a sanctuary problem. And so I'm not sure why we're still here and we're still talking about us at the sanctuary. This is a spa problem. So I'm coming to you today to ask you to look into the spa and their cat issue because it is not our issue at our sanctuary. We take care of our cats. You know, they're constantly monitored. Everything on that list I went through and was in my head. Check, 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 check. We do it all. So that is something that we do. Does the spa. So I'm asking you, does the spa? So we're sitting here, we're confined by all these rules and regulations and going over everything we need to do. We're making sure that we're abiding by those, but we should also be held to the same accountability as others. So I ask you to turn around and look at the spa and say, are they doing these things? Are they doing these regulations that they should be doing? Because we are, and we're being held for it, and we're doing it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Zendaya next.
Miss Sandy West? Miss West?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orlando, and Town Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I am a member of the Home Coalition and the Low Country Community Partners and a supporter of the Coastal Community Development Corporation. I believe the best leaders are those that offer good challenges and also great support. My comments are intended to do that today. First, I want to thank Mayor Perry. I want to thank Angie Stone and David Ames for the recent meetings and continued support of workforce housing. I also want to recognize and thank Missy Lewick and Tammy Hoy Hawkins for the support that they have provided by meeting with me and others. I am delighted with the progress that's being made. The North Point project, the land recently purchased on Bryant Road, and the promise of a housing advisory committee, the hopefully soon to be hired leader devoted to workforce housing are all great steps. I urge you to approve the $3,350,000 that is currently in the 2024 budget. So thank you for the progress that's been made. These are all good things and they will help and they are helping, but they're going to help in the future. And that is where, because development takes so much time. Having said that, the CCDC is purchasing existing properties and deed restricting them for 99 years with target AMIs. It is combining public and private support now. Their plan is an immediate solution for the housing crisis, and side benefits include reducing the number of short-term rentals, which also reduces infrastructure wear and tear. Yesterday, the CCDC requested funds from your current year budget surplus funds to be used for a public-private partnership for an initial 12 units purchased by the CCDC. An additional $2.4 million will be needed to be raised through community resources. I urge you to move forward with their request. As you have heard, the Boys and Girls Club has 100 kids on a wait list. We have kindergarten classrooms that don't have children because people have moved away. Our groomer had 16 groomers and now has 3, including the husband and wife owners. We know the issues with restaurants. We know the issues with hospitals and nursing. And I know I'm speaking to the choir because you all hear this all the time. So of the 15 town priorities, the biggest threat, in my opinion, is this housing issue. Please continue to keep this top of mind. I appreciate you. I appreciate every one of you. The work that you do is not easy, and you are certainly demonstrating what I call servant leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. Zendaya next.
Mr. Ken Campbell. Mr. Campbell?
Good afternoon. I don't expect to take 3 minutes, but a couple of points that I'd like to make. On North Point, I know you're in negotiations and it's those are private and they should be, but I would really encourage you to look at that contract, see if you can't, whatever form it takes, wind up with it being something that's going to be there in perpetuity. So if it's workforce housing that's going to occur at North Point, that it's not something that disappears in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but it's ongoing. That's probably already in the plan, but if it is, great. If it's not, I'd look very hard at putting it in there. Very, very critical, because you're doing job not for just today's residents, but for residents generations down. So thank you for that. On the Housing Action Committee, I would strongly suggest, and you probably already have this covered, but I think one of these seats at the table needs to be the Community Foundation of the Low Country. They are a major player in the community when it comes to supporting not-for-profits, and I believe their desire is to be a player in this segment. So I'd really encourage, when you form that committee, to have someone from that organization a part of it. Lastly, on the CCDC application, which was tardy with respect to this budget year, just because of our schedule and what we could do. We have closed 1 unit. We plan on purchasing other units in the near future. Would really like you to try to overcome whatever obstacles there are to getting those funds and looking hard at them for being in the 2023 budget as opposed to 2024. I think the funds you put aside for 2024 are a great accomplishment. First time funds have been put aside by a council, so congratulations on that. And I believe that we will have great solutions for using those funds to their greatest efficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. And then next.
Miss Gina Newby. Miss Newby?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Town Council, and Town Manager. I'm not sure I should be talking because I am not talking about cats or housing. But it could be affordable housing because I actually live at the Oaks. And everybody know where the Oaks is, what it is. It used to be very affordable housing. I called it I say I live where real people live, not the wealthy people. I'm not retired, whatever. It is one where we had a lot of affordable housing, but unfortunately, like my neighbors who had been there 18 years, who were workforce, have been bought out, and it's now going to be an Airbnb. And that has happened to a lot of that, and that's really sad because there goes a lot of your. And this one example, they moved out to Partyville, which is a long way for them to come to do some work. Anyway, but what I really came here today for is due to it being Airbnb, and Airbnbs will go much better if you are a gated community, they want to put a gate in the Oaks. And I'm going to implore you to please look at that and prevent that from happening. We don't have a pass through. There is only one road in and out of that. And what they're claiming is it's not going to solve the problems they have. The crime that they say they're going to have are trespassers that come through the walkway. Their gate is not going to solve where people walk through the path. It is not going to solve the residents that are making meth. The gate is not going to solve that. What's going to happen is it is going to raise our association fees, and it's adding another assessment. I bought this place in 2019. In 4 years, I have paid in excess of $15,000 in mandated assessments. We already have a very high association fee. We have $500+ for a 2-bedroom. We get a pool, we get garbage, and we get lawn blowing. I think that's kind of assessment, and that's going to do a lot of it. They are changing everything to make an appearance for Airbnb. Our board is 100% Airbnb owners. None of the people that are on the board actually live there. They don't understand the problems that it's going to cause. I could bring a bunch of residents through. None of the people that live there full-time want a gate. We don't want to pay for it. We don't want to use it. The way they're going to have it mandated is they're going to have it go pass through, which goes through the next to me, the thrift store. And so all the people going to Sandalwood and whatever are going to pass through and go back around. It's going to be a traffic nightmare. Is there any way I can go about throwing a wrench in them doing it? I don't know. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, who do we have next?
Mr. Skip Hoagland. Mr. Hoagland?
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. Corruption is not pleasant. The chamber is illegal. It's not a government. Mr. Orlando, you bragged when manager of Bluffton that you sold more memberships for Bill Miles in the Hilton Head Chamber for a membership drive than anyone else. You illegally used town employees and you harmed the official Greater Bluffton Chamber. 540 memberships were sold and the Greater Bluffton Chamber is owed $140,000 in damages. Lawyer Coltrane drafted an illegal fraudulent DMO chamber contract with Bill Miles with Bluffton lawyer Finger. Lawyer Gruber hired Municipal Association South Carolina lawyer Danny Crow, paid him $2,000 in our tax fees to commit fraud to say the town does not have to comply to my FOIA to see where and how Bill Miles from the chamber had spent $11.5 million annually and in Canada. Gruber used illegal tax money to join the town of Beaufort and Hilton Head as a tax-paid chamber member, not his own money. Also found guilty of 3 ethics violations. Lawyer Gruber, Lawyer Coltrane and law partner of lawyer Alford were all accused of overcharging legal fees more than much bigger cities, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, reported in the Island Packet articles. Chamber's been the town DMO for 35 years, operating illegally in violation of IRS tax codes, and this year, the town must hire a new DMO or run the DMO in-house with an ad agency or local media, even the Island Packet. Mr. Perry, you are a legal tax-paid chamber member. You attended the chamber ball party and with other local officials, quid pro quo. You also attend many private ribbon cuttings ceremonies with Miles. The town illegally used tax money to join the chamber. For who? You said the private chamber does not have to be transparent with 11 million. You said you will not file a lawsuit against Bill Miles. And Miles told this council his use of millions is his secret sauce and none of your business. Bill Miles even refuses to show his own board and members the accounting. Mr. Perry, you said you saw 80% of the chamber accounting with receipts and invoices. We need to see 100% under the Supreme Court ruling. Mr. Perry, I contend you lied. This is a cause to remove you as mayor and could cause you to terminate your employment as a mortgage broker. Financial fraud is a crime. And my facts presented today, are they disrespectful? Are they disruptive? Are they in violation of the First Amendment? Do POA rights prevail? Or is what I'm saying today truthful criticism as a political critic? There's a big difference between disruption, disrespect, and honest, factual criticism. And that's what I do when many people fear to do that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Zendaya, who's next?
Lastly, we have Lynn Greeley. Greeley?
Okay, don't see her, so.
Did you say Greeley?
Yes, Lynn
Okay.
Greeley.
I'm sorry to do this, but Ms. Greeley has submitted a POA and she could not be here today, so she wanted me to read her 3 minutes.
And
And I'm
as-
happy to take the citation if you feel that, or you can give me the law on that if you'd like.
Then you're going to
I
get the
don't think there is a
citation.
law. I think anybody can
You know, we
define
don't
their rights
accept
to
it.
anybody they want.
On record.
Miss Greeley, under the POA you received, wanted me to ask this council to answer to the press. It's a very disturbing article on the front page of the Island Packet on Mr. Hoagland, a law-abiding citizen. Please pay attention, Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry said he saw 80% of the chamber's accounting receipts and invoices. I contend this is not true. Who do you believe, Alan Perry, Skip Hoagland, on all his discoveries and illegal tax use and violations? Can any of you, including town lawyers, provide any facts, laws, videos, or evidence that Skip Hoagland has violated any rules of decorum, laws, POA doc, or the First Amendment? If you can, please provide this to the press and Magistrate Aaron Vaux, who already ruled against Mr. Hoagland. Isn't it a fact Ms. Vaux ruled in complete violation of Skip's First Amendment rights under the Constitution of the United States? Also, her ruling had nothing to do with a POA legal document that Skip presented to make this 3-minute comment on my behalf. How is it possible to find an innocent man guilty with no law or evidence he violated anything? In fact, the only person who's been violated with these illegal rulings and this front page absurd article, plus the $50 million judgment served on Mr. Hoagland when he did nothing but just stood up for his legal rights under the First Amendment of the Constitution. There has been Mr. Hoagland has been severely and maliciously violated with no laws or evidence. I hope the FBI and the Sheriff Tanner gets involved. Mr. Hoagland has presented the truth and facts that are very unpleasant to hear, and no way to make these facts sound nice. If you do not want to hear Mr. Hoagland, all you have to do is stop breaking the laws and the illegal use of our tax funds and the hard-earned money of citizens. Honest, fully transparent service is appreciated. I hope you rethink your actions and the continued funding to this chamber. And Mr. Perry, you have really got to come to grips with what you've done. It's you laugh, but you know it's serious when you commit that kind of financial fraud and you lie. A mayor should not lie. You took an oath, Mr. Perry, and I assume that you're not going to deny what I'm saying. I mean, you want to deny that you did not say that you did not see 80% of the chamber receipts and invoices? You know you didn't. and you know that that is a lie. And that's a big problem for a mayor to do that.
Anybody else?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Laura Voigt?
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak today, and thank you in particular to Mr. Stanford and Mr. Ames and Mr. Gruber for your attention to the cat issue. My name is Laura Voigt, and I'm on the Hilton Head Audubon Board and our conservation chair. Free roaming cats are a major concern for our organization. Free roaming outdoor cats include those let outside by their owners, cats that live outside, and feral cats. And as many people here have noted, disease and property damage are major concerns for people. Hilton Head Audubon also is concerned about the dangers free roaming cats pose to wildlife and birds. Hilton Head Audubon's mission is to save birds and wildlife and the natural habitats that they need to survive in the Lowcountry. Our mission runs parallel to the town's agenda of promoting ecotourism, as birds on our beaches, in our marshes, in our forests, they play a large role in people's attraction to our island's natural environment. However, free roaming cats, outdoor cats, feral cats throughout the island, not just at the spa and the sanctuary, pose a grave threat to our birds, and especially to birds in the Fish Hall, Mitchellville Beach areas, as this is our most important bird area on the island. The single biggest direct human-caused threat to our island's natural habitats and the birds and wildlife that depend on these ecosystems is cats. Cats, which are an invasive species, kill about 2.5 billion, that's with a B, birds every year in the United States alone, upwards of 20 billion mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and bats that cats also kill each year. So cats are a serious threat and an issue for our native species here, the ecosystems that our island depends on, as well as ecotourism and the health of our island. Part of the cat problem can be solved by giving pet owners tools to change their behavior. If you consider this one small example, 50 years ago, it was rare to see leashed dogs in our neighborhoods. Today, that would be completely unacceptable. Public awareness campaigns made that change happen, and we can do it again with cats. At Hilton Head Audubon, we want to help and work with the town and the citizens to find humane, effective solutions for our community for the long term. A TNVR program is one part of an effective policy. Education on not abandoning household cats, containment programs, reducing feeding at the sanctuaries, working with restaurants on proper trash disposal are all part of the solution. We ask that the town council open a study and dialogue with us and others to find humane, effective solutions to the process, or to the problem, and to better our island. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, is there anybody else left to speak?
No, sir, that concludes appearance by citizens.
Thank you. Now on to new business. At this time, I'd like to invite John Troyer to present the first reading of proposed ordinance 2023-13, amending provisions of Title 11, Chapter 1 of Municipal Code for the town of Hilton Head Island to provide for small, women-owned, and minority-owned disadvantaged business enterprises utilization program and corresponding contractor good faith effort program. This was approved and recommended by the Finance and Administrative Committee on March 21st, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this codifies our intent to proceed with this, and we come with recommendation from the Finance and Administrative Committee. I have with me our procurement officer who's ready to answer any questions.
Okay. With that, first of all, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion. The council approve the first reading of the proposed ordinance 2023-13, amending provisions of Title 11, Chapter 1 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island to provide for a small and minority-owned disadvantaged business enterprise utilization program, and a corresponding good faith effort program.
Second.
Okay. Questions, discussion, comments?
Just a minor matter that was somewhat confusing to me is in some of these documents you refer, especially in the title, local. I think local is really part of what you're doing in terms of the underlying a small minority.
The local information was inserted into the plan because the finance committee had asked about local businesses, and we put that in the plan to identify that we already have a local vendor preference program in our code, and that's why that was added as the first paragraph.
Ms. Becker?
First, I have a question. I know this came through the Finance and Administrative Committee to be forwarded to Town Council. Has, as other ordinances are required to do, such as land management ordinance, a briefing on this been offered to the Town Council prior to tonight's first reading? I just highlight that because of an important issue like this. It's out of what seems to be standard procedure as we've experienced in other situations with regard to adopting ordinances. And then I guess I ask the question, having read it several times over, what problem are we trying to solve? And I take that position and ask that question because I have not heard of, maybe I need to be informed of any issues that have arisen over time with regard to any unfair practices or the like.
I think just, it's a good question. I think our intent is to make sure that we are affirmatively reaching out as much as we can and casting as wide a net as we can in the procurement for and on behalf of the town. And so our procurement officer here is tasked with trying to make the town as attractive as possible for contractors, and we want to make sure that we reach as many as we can.
Just trying to be more proactive. We reached out to that community before, those vendor communities, but this is a more robust and focused effort.
So I appreciate the fact that in my understanding and history here on Hilton Head, that we have always been fair, and we have always been open, and we have always been accepting and inclusive in all of the buzzwords of today. That there's nothing new about making an ordinance here that codifies it into a law. And I do not want any misunderstanding by anyone that thinks that Hilton Head Island hasn't always been and isn't still today, in the strongest terms, that community that reaches and cares and is open to everyone. And I know your office has done just that. I don't think, in my humble opinion, we need to put a law together to be good humans and to be good business people and to be a good community. We are that. Hilton Head is that. And I appreciate everyone who works for this town staff today and those who came before you. And I trust those who will come along after as well, to do the right thing. I don't need a law to tell me that we do that here.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other comments, questions?
Mayor, if I might.
Ms. Bryson?
Thank you for this information. I read through it. I've listened to the Finance Administrative Committee meetings as well. And I'm familiar with these programs, having worked on them, gosh, maybe 35 years ago. So I'm glad that the town is now enacting this. I wholeheartedly support this. It's important to call out and support our small businesses, our minority-owned businesses, and our women-owned businesses. And thank you for putting it together, and thanks to the Finance Administrative Committee for bringing it forward to us. I support it.
Thank you.
Just one question, one question and a comment. On the second reading, if you could come back and make a full presentation, that would be appreciated. But what do you expect the time constraints to be on staff to implement the monthly reporting?
The monthly reporting for the Good Faith Program, and that burden is going to be put on our contractors. It's primarily for construction-related contracts where there are subcontracting opportunities. They'll have a reporting requirement. There is language in there that talks about being able to withhold final payment if they don't file that particular reporting with us. So we'll have to chase that down. Project managers will have to, with myself, chase that down and make sure that gets sent.
Okay. Any comments from the public? If there's none from the dais. Okay. Any public comments? Yes, sir.
Stuart Paletta,
I'm a contractor in the city of New York. I live at, pardon me. Good afternoon, council. My name is George Paletta. I was a contractor in the city of New York. One of the worst things you want to do is put on any kind of percentage for WEB, DBE, or anybody else. If you look around in this town, the people that come to serve you are minorities. Most of them, they could be owned business by someone else, but they employ the minorities and they employ them justifiably. I say to Ms. Becker, that was an excellent statement. I disagree that you need a law. And let me explain one thing to you about having a law. A law increases cost. Increases cost. He missed out on a major point. You educate the people. You give them workshops. You teach them how to be carpenters. You teach them how to be electricians. Then they can even go into their own business and become their own entrepreneurs. But you don't become an entrepreneur because somebody says there's a law and I have to employ WBEs, DBEs, and everything else. So I implore you, do not increase the cost of our construction on this island, but I implore you also to follow up with educating people and having them learn how to use a checkbook, how to pay employees, and what taxes they must pay. Don't jump the gun and say, here's a new law. Laws always are preventive to good economic progress.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Morris Campbell. I support the effort to implement that ordinance. That ordinance is very important in the sense that it just quantifies what we are doing and make sure that future council and that the community understands that this council is doing what you just described, Ms. Becker. It is doing the right thing. It is always do the right thing. And anytime we quantify it with an ordinance that basically says, this is what Hilton Head is about. This is what we intend to do on Hilton Head. You were right. You're not going to be here forever. None of us going to be here forever. But once we have established that environment, or established that protocol, or established that atmosphere, that Hilton Head is a place where you can come and not feel that you're a minority or that you feel that you are not going to be given a fair shake, that is when people will always say, well, Hilton Head has already set the groundwork for us to come and for us to work here in an environment that we know is a fair environment, an environment that we know that want us to be a part of it, and no, we don't have to force people to do things, and we shouldn't have to do that. And I agree with this gentleman to some degree, but certainly I think the ordinance is not an attempt to be punitive or not an attempt to police or not an attempt to force people to do things, but it's a message that the town is sending that we want everyone to feel the same from the bottom up on the island. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Ms. West.
I would definitely support this. And if you're interested in attracting young people, they look to see if these kinds of protocols and procedures are in place. And attracting people to this community has not been easy. And please don't misunderstand what I'm going to say, but this has been mostly seen as a lot of old white people. And so I think it's really important that the town supports this type of activity. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Manager, members of the council. My name is Thomas C. Barnwell, Jr. I'm kind of a newcomer. I've only been here for 87 years.
11 months.
And I am here asking you to support this because it will allow some native property owners possibly an opportunity to be able to really try to utilize some of their properties with all the tools that you have in other components within the town, as well as other funds that can and will be available. This is an additional opportunity to be very helpful. So please consider passing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnwell, and I think you've got a birthday coming up in June that we'll recognize right now. Any other public comments? Seeing none, Cindy, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. We have Mr. Stanford,
Yes.
Mr. Alford,
Yes.
Ms. Becker,
Voting no, and I'm voting no because it is my belief that we are all of those things that Mr. Campbell and Mr. Barnwell, you have said, and frankly, Ms. West, you as well. We are that community that offers our hands open with a gracious heart to those who come to us. And we welcome everyone at every turn. I do not believe we need laws to tell us how to be good people. We do that by leading by example. We do that by opening our arms. And there has been no evidence that this town has ever done anything other than just that. And that every opportunity I can reach out to help anyone, I will, not because I'm told to do it, but because I want to, and I believe it's the right thing, and it's what God tells us.
Thank you. Continue.
Brown,
Report.
Ms. Bryson,
Yes.
Mr. Ames.
Without comment, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Perry.
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
At this time, I'd like to invite Josh Gruber to present first reading proposed ordinance 2023-14 to amend the franchise agreement between the town of Hilton Head Island and Shore Beach Services Incorporated concerning the allocation of lifeguard personnel. This was approved and recommended by the Community Services Public Safety Committee on their April 17, 2023 meeting. Is there a motion to approve this matter?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This matter that's before you is coming out of the Community Services and Public Safety Committee. The town has an existing beach franchise agreement with Shore Beach Services regarding the provision of lifeguarding services, among other things. This is not substantively changing that existing agreement really in any way. What it is doing is clarifying the roles and responsibilities of the Shore Beach Services personnel to make it clear that there is no crossover between their lifeguarding activities and any of the other activities that they may be doing within our beach franchise agreement. So again, not substantively changing the document, just helping to clarify that those roles will remain separate and distinct anytime they are providing lifeguarding services.
Okay. Any questions from council?
A question about one quick, few quick comments. At the Community Services and Public Safety Committee, we asked about these changes, and I think notably that the lifeguards will continue to wear their red color, and the rental folks will have a different colored outfit on so that the public can recognize who are the lifeguards, and that we will maintain the same number of lifeguards and lifeguard stands. So that's important to note as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any general comments from the public? Okay, seeing none?
Mayor, I just do have one question. So we discussed at the Community Service Public Safety Committee meeting the question as to number of lifeguards that will remain the same. But I see an increasing number of rentals. So is umbrellas and chairs, et cetera, across the beaches. Has that number increased, or is it just more spread out?
So the number of chairs and umbrellas are actually determined at the beginning of each season. Per our agreement, Shore Beach Services submits their proposal that outlines the numbers of each of those pieces of equipment, and then throughout the year, they operate within the approved numbers. And so at this point, it's remained relatively steady. They've reduced some of the beach equipment that they used to rent, and they've added some of the chairs and umbrellas, but overall, the cumulative number with all the things that they're involved in is about the same.
That it's spread over more beach surface. But we missed some of the other rentals, just as an aside. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, you will call the roll, please.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford,
Yes.
Mr. Alford,
Yes.
Ms. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Support.
Ms. Bryson,
Yes.
Mr. Ames,
Yes.
Carrie.
Yes.
Motion carried, sir.
So I was going to invite Sean up, the Assistant Town Manager of Community Development, to present, considerate. Is he here? Oh, there he is over there. He's sitting over there. Don't change things up on me like that. Yeah, Sean, to present the community consideration of a resolution authorizing the creation of the Housing Action Committee for the town of Hilton Head Island. Is there a motion to approve this matter?
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Go ahead first.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I put on my coat just to introduce Missy Lewick. As part of the Finding Home framework, this is one critical first step in support of the community pillar. And so Missy's been working hard with our consultant team, and she's ready to present the proposal that's before you today, and then answer any questions that you may have on the creation of the committee.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you again. Before you today, as Sean explained, is a resolution for the possible creation of a Housing Action Committee. Again, this committee representation and makeup was based on some research of 20 different Housing Action Committees across the country. And so before you is the resolution. There also is a draft recruitment flyer, as well as included in the packet was the Finding Home Workforce Housing Framework. Again, this is one of the recommendations from the community pillar, as Sean explained. What's prepared before you by resolution is that the committee would be made up of no more than 9 members, and the suggested makeup includes that they be represented or appointed by council with varying backgrounds, and that the council should consider representation in appointments for 9 categories of membership. One being a general home building representative, someone from banking or finance, an affordable workforce housing developer in the for-profit sector, an affordable workforce housing developer in the nonprofit sector, community representative, an affordable housing tenant or homeowner, an employment sector representative, a realtor or real estate professional, and a workforce housing advocate. And again, the primary role of the Housing Action Committee would be to advise the town manager and staff and council on implementation of our workforce housing program. We did hear from some members of the community that some of the makeup should be considered to be different. Certainly, I want to hear from council if the makeup that's proposed is how you would like to implement this committee. It would require us to amend the resolution, as that committee makeup is included in the resolution. And some of the research included the number of members on a Housing Action Committee typically was 9 members. Some had mostly between 7 and 12 members. Some 3 communities had over 40 members. And there was a range of community makeup for common representation. I heard that the role of philanthropy should be considered, and that is one that was shown on many other boards that we looked at. Most of the boards that we looked at meet monthly. 4 of the 16 that we looked at meet quarterly, and 1 met semi-annually. So the frequency is something that we didn't have in the resolution of how often the board would meet, but we could determine that when the committee gets established. So are there any questions about the purpose of the Housing Action Committee or the proposed makeup?
Questions from council? Mr. Brown.
I missed what you said about the potential addition of qualifications that you...
Sure. So what's before you is the makeup included with this representation here, that the 9 members would have these qualifications. I heard from public comment that a member
that could be added is someone who serves the role of philanthropy. It was suggested perhaps somebody from the Community Foundation of the Low Country.
Philanthropy, thank you. That's what I missed. Okay, while I got the floor, I'll go ahead and make my comment. I'm okay with the makeup. Number 6 is the one that's jumping out at me, the housing tenant or homeowner. We have talked a lot about our housing crisis, identified that there's a need for units, structures. People is where I'm going right now, okay? There's a lot that goes into developing sustainable communities, and in my mind, the people come first. So while I appreciate us having a space for someone that is seeking to live on Hilton Head that may currently cannot because of affordability, I know that those folks also work. So regardless of when we have the meetings, there are probably going to be some conflicts. So I'm suggesting that either we add an additional space for number 6 or add an alternate for number 6.
But you're not suggesting that a removal of a tenant or a homeowner,
Asking for an addition.
an additional person, so that there's
As an
so
alternate,
that someone can
can't make it.
balance it off. Just want to make sure I'm clear.
Alex, anything else?
Thank you.
Okay. David?
So would that be 10 on the committee? Alex, is that what you're proposing? 10 people?
I'm proposing either 9 and an alternate or 10 with an addition of a number 6. Will be 2 number 6s.
I think that the suggestion that the philanthropy interests be included is very important. So I would be recommending that. Now, up there, there's something about a nonprofit, affordable workforce housing developer. That's stretching it a little bit, but conceivably it would fit. I think that perspective ought to be included in this committee one way or another.
Betsy?
First of all, thank you. Second of all, thank you. Third of all, thank you. I'm so delighted to see this proposal, and I know you've been working hard to try to figure this out. And thank you so much for looking at other communities and the organizations that they have. It's always good to look at practices of other communities, come up with an idea. My only comment with regard to the listing is, and I appreciate all these various expertise, and I would also like to add philanthropic organization, and it's a suggestion of an alternate for affordable housing tenant or homeowner. I'm fine with that. My only question is, when we list specific buckets for specific numbers, then what if we can't fill a certain bucket? So what I would rather see, I think it's a simple amendment that we could do tonight, is to take out the number 1s and just include a list of all of those. And to add to that list, philanthropic organization representative, and to include in parentheses, beside of affordable housing tenant or homeowner and an alternate. That's a simple fix we could do tonight.
I like that.
But otherwise, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stanford?
I support this. I think the list of potential members of the board, the characterization is sound, but I think they're going to be practical problems finding people to actually fill those shoes. And so some of the changes that have been suggested here may be very realistic. For example, getting a nonprofit housing developer, I don't know how many of those are here right now, and so I think it'll be difficult, but the idea of the committee is sound, and I want to see it proceed. Thank you.
Becker?
Question. So this would be roughly 10 people. When you reviewed other communities and their committees, what was the average number?
13 of the 16 had between 7 and 12 members. 5 of them had 9. And then all of the others were again between 7 and 12, but 3 of them had over 40 members. They were much larger coalitions.
Sounds like a lot of people coming together to get together, and a little overwhelming to me, and especially when my next comment is, while I understand this is part of a program that was put together months ago now, and this is just one aspect of rolling that into place, I do caution this council that we are developing a series of advisory committees in every almost category conceivable. And I worry that it's those committees that begin to run the council policy decisions and direction for the town manager and staff. And so just a word of caution, I'm not comfortable with how many committees we're developing across the board. And I do understand this one. Thank you for your information.
Any other comments? Mr. Ames?
You see, in looking at other communities, were there that had subcommittees identified already? I mean, was that part of your research? Where I'm going with that is really need this many people on the governing body, populate subcommittees with more people and have greater representation. And I don't know if you saw that in any of the research.
We didn't look at if these advisory committees had subcommittees as well. We were just looking at their structure, their governance, how they were established, how many members they had, what their representation was, and what their meeting schedule was.
I'm comfortable with what we're talking about doing.
Okay. It's Mr. Alfred.
I have no problem with adding the people that suggested. Want to amend sentence, members shall represent following areas. Members shall represent to the extent reasonable or to the extent feasible. I think would give us flexibility if we don't have somebody that fits any of those particular categories.
Good suggestion.
Good attorney comment. Okay. Any other comments?
Okay. And we can hear from any comments from the public, and then after that, I'm prepared to make an amendment.
Yep. I'm just going to say that this has been in works for a long time, from previous council, which it garnered support into this council. So it's nice to see this moving forward. I don't disagree with Ms. Becker that we've got to be careful in how many committees we sign up and set up. That's a real issue in my mind. So I don't disagree with her at all on that. I agree with her. So with that being said, do we have any comments from the public? Paletta?
Good evening, council. Yes, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One was to Mrs. Perry, who was here, is no longer, but she wanted to get community services, and I wanted to let her know about NOC, and we're having a health screening and right in front of St. Francis tomorrow night. And these are the things that we invite all of our neighbors to come, particularly minorities, et cetera, because they don't have access to healthcare, and also our program, after-school program. Anyway, besides that, on this program of developing here, I hope this doesn't become another stumbling block to get things done. Because the more we put in front of you guys keeps it from getting to you folks. And when you folks can't grab it right away, it becomes everybody's little forte that they want to put in. So I would be very careful about that. And the other thing I wanted to tell Ms. Lewick is I would love you to go over to Hilton Head Gardens. I don't know if anybody has been to Hilton Head Gardens. It's not actually the garden spot of Hilton Head, but today it is. Just go take a look at what's happened there, Mr. Brown. It really is impressive, very impressive. And also the cleanup on Southwood housing. And these are the things that can be done in this community real quick. And one of them is because we've just spent 3.4 million. I looked at the property, I've already been there, and it's a nice piece to develop. Not in the greatest, but, you know, the neighborhood is in tune with that right there. But my point is that we had 3.4 million. I wish the town would negotiate with Chimney Cove, buy that, and get a developer and partner. You spend 3.4 million. You put pressure on the owners, and you know how to put pressure, and if you don't, I'll help you. And you can get that done, okay? So let's not fool around with that. And I really don't want to hear any more comment about Dillon Road. If you're afraid to move money from the general fund into the conservation fund for the topic that's hot on everybody's plate, then you don't have a real force. You're going to be like that group from 2014 and 13 who, with the LMO, et cetera, you're going to kick the can down the street. And we can't keep kicking the can down the street. Somebody's got to stand up. And I think it's this group that can do it. So I really would like to see you guys take some action on Chimney Cove and also on Dillon Road. You're facing the airport. It's like living at Kennedy across the street. It's not prime territory, but it's workforce housing that can be developed. Please go and look at Hilton Head Gardens. You'll be amazed.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Risa Prince. I'm here on behalf of Low Country Community Partners. Again, I can't enforce or reinforce enough how supportive our group is about having this Housing Advisory Committee or Action Committee. We believe it's imperative that you all get the support from the people in this community who may not be willing to sit on the dais, but are certainly committed to making sure this place is the kind of home we want it to be. We support your actions, and we will do whatever it takes to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Why are we like working on building so many places? What's going to prevent it from doing the same things that are happening to some of these, getting bought up by Airbnb people and kicking the workforce out? We've got a lot of places now, Airbnb comes in, says, I can make more money Airbnb places than you're going to give me for rent.
All these places will be protected in that regard. So it won't happen.
Thank you.
Campbell.
Well, I get a chance to read my prepared statement at this point. My name is Morris Campbell. I'm just delighted to see that you're about to take another step in the right direction as far as addressing our housing needs on this island. We know that this can has been kicked down the road for many years, and I think it's going to continue to be kicked, but I just want you to know that I think that the step you're taking to formulate a group of people or a group or a committee or whatever to really bring people together to address this collectively is a good step. It's not the end of the process, but it is a good step. Ms. Beck, I agree and with you that committees tend to just kill things, but I think this one will do a little bit more than just kill this effort, because this initiative of building affordable housing or workforce housing is going to take all of us working together to some degree. And the concept of bringing the committee together is going to make a big difference, because you're going to bring the players to the table. You're going to bring people who are committed, I think, to the table, and you're going to bring people to the table who can make things happen to get some action. We're going to solve all of the housing needs that we have as far as workforce housing? Never, because it's a changing world. It's the dynamic world, and it's the dynamic island. And our island is not going to ever be what we all want it to be, but we can get closer. We can get better, and I think this effort is a good step in that direction. Leading and staying the course is something that you all can do. And I think that this committee is going to help us to keep leading and keep doing what you all need to do as our leaders. We look at you as our leaders. You are the glue that's supposed to keep our community together. You're the glue that's supposed to keep our community moving forward. And I think this is a good step in that direction as far as housing is concerned. And I thank you all. I really just appreciate you stepping forward and say, we're going to make it happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back, and if you're ready to make that motion to amend.
Turn on my microphone. Yes, sir. And since we talked about a range of number, I'm going to add some other language about a range of numbers, so bear with me. So I move to amend the motion to revise the language of the resolution as follows. In paragraph number 2, under the now therefore, strike all of the number ones in that paragraph and insert the following language. So it will read, no less than 7 and no more than 11 appointed community representatives with varying backgrounds and expertise related to housing and community development, period. Members shall represent, comma, the extent feasible, comma, following areas of expertise and background: general home building, comma, banking/finance, comma, affordable workforce housing developer, parenthesis, for-profit, close parenthesis, affordable workforce housing developer, parenthesis, nonprofit, comma, community representative, parenthesis, concerned citizen, comma, affordable housing tenant or homeowner, in parenthesis, and an alternate, close parenthesis, employment sector representative, comma, realtor or real estate professional, comma, workforce housing advocate, parenthesis, or social service representative, comma, and a representative of a philanthropic organization. And I have a marked up copy for our clerks.
I'll accept that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Dave, we call the roll on the amendment.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We will now call the roll on the original as amended with the amended language.
Certainly. Mr. Stanford?
Yes.
Mr. Alford?
Yes.
Ms. Becker? Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Mr. Orlando, I understand there's a need to go into executive session.
Yes, sir. A few things. Executive session, item 12A, as represented on the agenda, 12A, B, C, and D.
Okay, motion to go into executive session.
I move the council go into executive session.
All those in favor, raise your right hand.
For whatever reason.
Come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Everybody raise your right hand if you agree. Any action taken from,
No action taken.
thank you. Motion or adjourn.
All right.